Hello. 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 Testing sound. I'm saying this so that Rick can hear it with a little bit of delay.
This computer, I'm gonna use this computer.
For the stream?
Yeah.
Why?
Because look.
But it's all set.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But look at me here. So now it's. You see, it has.
But that doesn't matter. It's for a stream.
Okay.
No?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it just like this.
Because it's just for a stream. It's not for live. So if it was for live, then yes. But if it's for a stream, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is that the levels work and that the image it works. I mean, if it's a bit of the delay, no problem.
No, okay.
That's for the processor, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, the processor. Yeah.
It's okay.
So,
it may be because of the Luma key.
Yeah, you think?
I think it's possible. I don't know.
It gets laggier when there's more.
But there's a lot of information, of course. Yeah, because the source is a lot of information. But it's okay. If it's for the stream, I think we keep it like this. Yeah. You know, I'm going to connect also my phone to this. This one is... Nikki, is it okay if I take from here for my phone? Yeah, then I just keep this thing, the stream running on my phone, and I can check here. Yeah, and then I could check this with Rick's computer directly from here. That's better. And then I keep the volume down here, and if necessary, I come back to check. So... for this, I need another cable.
Dit zijn de sources.
Zeker?
Nice, nice.
Ik heb zelfs 6 jaar gekundeld in mijn Hydra.
Echt?
Ja, het werkt wel. Het is echt super nice.
Hey, if we need to tilt the camera, everybody knows this, but just in case, like this, you know?
Yeah.
Let's not do this because it's gonna fuck up immediately. So it will be like this.
And we move it. Or
like this.
And maybe we put it in the middle and we can.
A little bit further, like this, no?
Yeah, but and then also maybe here even more.
Hey, says hello. Hey.
You good?
There we go. Something like this. And then we can also tilt this one, I guess. Yeah. Please, yes. I actually think we're not gonna. Well, if people actually use the microphone, then we don't need this fucker. But shall we set this one up just in case? The microphone.
Yeah.
Where do you want to sit? Over there, good, or you gonna present?
Not necessarily.
Really? Then you can sit anywhere you like.
Yeah, I can do it. But there can be so much more cool stuff in it.
What?
I'm building like a drawing toy where you draw with emojis.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, it is.
Emoji art, I can hear as well, I think.
Okay, what am I doing? This goes back here. This cable. Yeah, we're almost ready. What's the time?
There's like an hour left.
Woo-hoo! We've never been so early, I think.
Yeah, I can't.
That means we should get some.
Excellent.
Who wants?
You sure you don't want to show anything?
I can, like it's.
Do you want something?
You only
Like us to
argue always is like we can think how to interface this with some live coding. With OSC or with just to as an open conversation. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I can show.
Cool, cool, cool. Then we have this. The camera is running.
I'm going to get some
Broodje?
broodje van Warm Mini.
Yeah. Can you get me one?
Yeah.
I even have cash, I think.
Yeah, so
Or I send you a transfer, whatever you prefer.
that matters.
I'm gonna put some tape on this thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you give me two, maybe, since we
Yeah.
have time? Wow,
yeah,
this is unbelievable.
Yes.
And
Maybe
maybe
I will take it. I'm gonna walk, I think, as well.
for a little bit, yeah. Well, if you want.
No, just walking there. To the,
Yeah.
No, I made them.
I could actually. Well, I have this thing for water also. Yeah. Then broaches. I give you cash, or you prefer that I?
Yeah. So give me cash.
I give you cash. Then bring me lamb and rund, denk ik. Yeah.
Hey,
Hi. Hello. No problem. You're welcome.
you're welcome for sure. Yes.
This is more like 10. 10, no?
I can also get you.
No, it's okay. Like this. No, I was
give
thinking.
me 5. I think 5. You want 2, no?
But it's gonna be but it's gonna be more like 7 or
Okay,
8.
I'll give you the rest.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Good. Okay, cool.
There
we go.
And
Lund und Lund. Oh yeah.
Lundfish.
Rund und lamb. Yeah, I'm not sure, but let's go with that because that's all my imagination allows right now. Lamb and cow. Yeah.
I'll give you the screen share with HDMI.
Yes.
Just.
HDMI, and it's already here. Well, if Niki's using one, we can set one more actually. We have a little cable, so
I do need like an adapter though. I don't
to
have Type-C.
to which one? USB-C?
Yes.
I have one, I think.
They have it, and otherwise we might have it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think they also have one. I'll bring a first HDMI.
Nice, thank you.
All right, good.
I will return it, of course.
Yeah, would be nice. All the cables and converters are like all over the place.
Just like it should be.
Yes.
Flashlight because there's no light.
Is Wouter not coming?
I don't know. Actually. The stream. Shall we stop the stream now, or we keep it like this? Also possible. Everything is muted, no? Let's mute the microphones.
Oh yeah.
Or I do it here. No, let it, actually, don't touch it here.
I can-
I'll mute it here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then this is
Hello? Nice. All right. I think it's already, what did you say, the 9th edition? Or yeah, of the Rotterdam Live Coders Community Meetup. Yeah, I don't know if everyone is already considering themselves a live coder, but we're going to have at least one workshop today. So if not yet, then you will be today. I have a little notepad on the screen here. And maybe if Rick scrolls up, you can see the QR code as well, because it's a communal notepad and everyone can add, like maybe if you like, you can add your name or maybe some Instagram or YouTube you want to share, or if you don't want to, you don't have to. But if you scan the code, you should be able to edit it, and we will also add the resources in there. And today we're going to have a lot of Hydra visuals, so we're going to maybe scroll down to the schedule for me. Yeah, we're going to first have some Emoji Soup by Aki. And Rick is going to do an introduction to Hydra, which is a live coding tool. I think then we'll take a little break. Then we have some more Hydra meets P5 by Ben. Then I'll show some Analogue video stuff meets Hydra. And if we have some time left, we'll do some gems. We'll share some live coding resources in the file as well. Ask any questions you like. Am I missing something?
No, maybe this gentleman is going to show his software if we manage the time. And otherwise, maybe on the jam you can also do a bit. Yeah, okay.
Okay, nice. Maybe add your name in the thing as well. That's really nice. Okay. Yeah. So then, Aki, you want to start?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want this one? Maybe then you can also use your keyboard.
Okay, that would be great. Use this one.
Just for a second.
Maybe we can
and then we
switch
do this.
Okay.
This is fine. And now Richard can come. Yeah, this is good. Come back. And then let's do this one.
Sorry? Yes, it is. Yes.
And I may need to
Ping.
push this one up a little bit more. So there's this.
Mac. Yeah.
That's good?
Yeah, I think it works.
Okay, I can do a little bit more of...
Thank you. Cool. Ping. I think it already works. Yeah. Cool. So do I just start? Okay. Does anyone here know about Arena? That is re.na. Cool. I see some hands. Nice. So I saw this thing on Arena, which was this thing the other day, which is using emojis as sort of like to create a font out of it. And this was really interesting to see, and I really liked emojis my whole adult life, sort of. And when I saw this, I was working on something else, and I realized, wow, this is so cool. You could actually do this programmatically, because I was looking into like Bezier curves for some commercial stuff, and yeah, I guess everything just matched, and I switched all my focus to working on Emoji Soup, which is this thing right here. It's like a little toy to draw stuffs, and right now it supports just rectangles and circles. But the core idea of the whole thing is that everything is an emoji. And the way you draw something is you create this like emoji brushes. So this is like an emoji brush out of palm trees and rainbows. And you can even, I don't know, increase their distance in between, or like density of the emojis. So you can have a bit less relaxation and a bit more rainbows in the world. Or you can, I don't know, just go really crazy with this and add a bunch of stuff, and now you get this weird shapes which are all made out of emojis. And right now it's like the way it's working is it actually underneath it all just draws normal paths and tries to lay on top of all of that just emojis. So I'm gonna uncomment this piece of code that just draws the normal paths on top of emojis, and you can see that, yeah, maybe it's not super visible because it's all still red, but there is like a little, yeah. So this is the actual circle, and it's just filled with a bunch of stuff. And it has this thing called levels to go inside, which controls how much is it gonna feel inside of it, if that makes sense. Yeah, but basically you can create a bunch of stuff, and while working on this, I also noticed some weird bugs. Like I was, for example, handling gestures incorrectly, which resulted in this weird thing where if you tap in a bunch of places, it sort of plants those seeds, and when you start the actual drag, it's like it pans all of the shapes to the point where the mouse is, which can result in some interesting things. I don't know, like you can do whatever. Yeah, so let's try to add something else. Maybe some butterflies. And yeah, so I was playing around with this quite a lot while working on it, and it resulted in some weird paintings, or like, if you can call them paintings. So this one, for example, if anyone remembers the old Pipes screensaver from Windows XP and shit, it is a bit similar to that, I guess. And there is also like some more chaotic stuff. You can try to make actual illustrations, if this can be considered one. And yeah, someone told me this looks like Morty from Rick and Morty a bit. Yeah, and there's, of course, because everything is an emoji, like you get the brush, you can just swap out the brushes and you get different effects. And it was really interesting seeing how the shape affects what comes out of it in the end. Because looking at those two pictures, for example, something is a bit different. Like I don't know. Yeah, it's just interesting how it's not just about the color, and it's about the shapes as well. And when you use emojis to draw stuff, you get some shapes for free, apparently. So there's this, yeah, let's say we want to put a UFO on it and increase the density of the UFO and increase the size of the UFO so it's like bigger than everything else. And this by itself becomes a bit of a shape. And yeah, this is still very, very early and very, very alpha. But I added some stuff like the layer support recently. So you can see on the right all the paths you have created, and you can delete them and stuff like that. You can do exports, you can create squares. Yeah. This is the very first screenshot. This path was generated programmatically still, as in it was not hand-drawn. And I had some other stuff, and some other stuff. This one is really weird, but yeah. And some other stuff. And some other stuff. And all of this was like a pretty interesting deja vu to old days of doing graphic design stuffs. And yeah. I also saw a bunch of this like experimental tools on Arena as well, which let you manipulate images in various ways. So there was stuff like constraint systems, which is a collection of actually web apps that do pretty cool stuff. So there's this one called Masks, for example, and this uses your webcam to, oh, that's some old footage, but this basically uses your webcam to do interesting stuff. But it doesn't want to work, unfortunately, for some reason. Oh, hey. Okay, cool. So, and this let you control some parameters, of course, and you could choose to render the background, keep the, I don't know, different body parts, basically. And all of this is just stacked on top, and it creates this interesting mess that you can use to, I don't know, create something out of it, I guess. And there was also quite some other cool stuff, like there was some tools where you would just draw using your keyboard. And all of this made me remember how much I don't like what the industry is doing and how much all of this creative stuff is so much more interesting. Like, you have Vim navigation to paint stuff, and I don't know why it's not working though. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This works. Yeah, so this uses Vim navigation and just gives you a grid, which sounds pretty simple, but they also have quite some other stuff, and all of this other stuff is really cool, and I recommend anyone interested in like design tools to check out this, which was part of my inspiration. Like, I was already checking out this stuff, and we all know how we don't live in a vacuum, but get inspired and steal others' ideas in a way as well sometimes. So yeah, all of this led to me starting to work on this thingy, which is supposed to someday be something more interesting, but now it's just a bunch of emojis that you can draw, and you can do all this crazy stuff, like the sunflower mode, and if you really, really want to, you can go really crazy. And I don't know, yeah. Yeah. So that is like a very early preview of Emoji Soup. I think there is not much else to show. But
you imagine that we can, for example, you work with coordinates here with X and Y, and maybe we could send like maybe from live coding environment, maybe MIDI or like OSC to translate these coordinates.
Yeah. I was thinking about how it would be interesting to make it like react to your mouse pointer. Yeah. So wherever your mouse pointer goes, all of the emojis rotate a bit towards that or gravitate a bit, something like that. And that would add some reactivity and some, motion interactivity indeed, yeah. But that is for someday, which has not come yet. But that will happen because, this is really interesting for me to do at least. So, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And this is built in Flutter. It's not open source, unfortunately, but maybe it will be someday.
Maybe somebody else.
Yeah.
Someone from the audience? Questions? No?
What happens if you make one emoji really big? Because there's only a few pixels in there.
Yeah. So the question was, what happens if you make one emoji really big? And we can try that. So what is your favorite emoji? Okay, that's a pretty cool emoji, yeah. What is your favorite font size?
Favorite number is 11, so make it 1111.
Okay, we're gonna do that. So this is really huge, and this is what would happen. And we can also go a bit far with returning the fill functionality, which indeed isn't implemented fully yet because it relies on like inlined numbers of levels to go inside, basically it's called, but it's more like for every digit or for every one that's in this variable, there will be created an inner circle or rectangle or whatever shape towards the center of the shape itself. And so you get this kind of stuff. And it's actually interesting when we mix the... Yeah, it's not very readable what's going on, but... So I discovered this emoji recently. It's actually pretty cool. So you can also mix these emojis, which is... Yeah, let me also turn off the... Yeah, but this is really, really big and nothing else is really visible because of this 111. But we can also go for 45. And this will be 50. And yeah, I don't know. I showed this to my designer friend and he has mentioned how people already have some connections to emojis, which is interesting because, yeah, this like gets interpreted by people in different ways because some people might have been already using the emojis to talk to their loved ones or like friends or whatever, and it's just an interesting side effect. And I also learned how Apple, of course, claims the rights to all of this graphics created because it is their emoji language. Yeah. But you can use open source emoji fonts, typefaces as well. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. This is what happens when you really, really increase the font size. I also like the chaos. Thank you.
I like it. Anyone else? Questions? No?
Yeah, why has it been so difficult to, I mean, I don't know if you even had time for it, but would it be difficult to actually implement like a drawing tool to actually draw with it?
So the question is, would it be difficult to actually implement a drawing tool so you could have like a brush or something? Yeah. I don't think it's difficult per se, but I have just not gotten to it yet. Yeah. And I was trying to figure out what the thing would be actually, because even now it's still quite raw and it is like a toy. There is a lot of stuff going on. You can have some fun with it, but I don't think you can use it to make art or like.
Also, I want more of those glitches. I love them. More like 3D outlines or something of like complex forms or something.
Yeah, that is a good idea to add like 3D outlines. I was thinking about like adding just a bunch of shadows with, you know how you copy an element over and over again with a bit of different offset. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that as a shadow and maybe playing with the colors. I was also thinking about how cool it would be to, let's say you have one emoji. So let's say you have this CD disk emoji or something. It would be interesting to like trace the... It would be interesting to trace the colors or like figure out what colors an emoji includes already, and on top of those colors paint an emoji using emojis, sort of. So that is something that I'm really excited about. So let's say you take the rainbow and instead of every color put whatever other emoji resembling a similar color you have. So this could be like 10 purple. Oh, it's still too big for some reason. But yeah. So it will happen.
Yeah, it's already sick that you can like move, that you can zoom in.
Mm.
And especially if it would have some sort of movement, then you could have like perspective and
I have
uh,
tried.
frames and stuff like that. Could give interesting visuals.
Like you could endlessly zoom into one
Yeah.
of the emojis and get AI stuff.
Oh
Like,
my god, fractals with them.
yeah. I mean, that is an idea. I'm gonna work on a spiral tool soon, so you can draw emoji spirals and a painting tool, of course, as well. Yeah. Any other questions?
I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's coming, it's coming. Yeah, but
Effects and stuff?
Hello, hello. Yes, a bit loud maybe, or is it good?
it's too soft.
Oh, okay.
You can also. It's better.
Yeah, put it like this. I can see a bit.
Some noise for the audience.
Yes, nice. Okay, wait, a bit high. Like this? Good. Hello, hello. I have to talk here. I'm gonna give a little tutorial about Hydra. Hydra is a live coding video synth. It works in the web browser. I think you can also run it locally, but that's not in this tutorial for today. I will find it out a bit later. It's created by Olivia Jack. So yeah, you saw here, you can click on the link and then you go to her website. She has some really nice projects, so check it out. You can also find some information where you can do some research yourself. So here the interactive documentation, a list of Hydra functions and much more. Maybe in the break you can also check out here, because Nikki also made some nice kind of cards which resembles the functions of Hydra. So yeah, you can play around with it if you want. Okay. I open this one for a second. Today we're gonna talk about the sources.
That's my example, by the way.
I know. About the sources here, and then the next weeks we're going to the geometries and color blend and the rest. So today the sources. So we already here we have this really advanced live coder. It's Eerie Ear, and he's sitting here. He has uploaded his sketch, which is really nice. You can do that with this icon in the right corner. If you have a nice sketch, you can upload it, and then you can put a name on it, and then you are part of this library. So we have this sketch here, and with this icon, the two arrows, you can do another random sketch, and this is made by Olivia Jack herself. And let's see, we can do one more. So you see There's another one. And then you have, next to it, you have dices. This dices change like the, some parameters in the code, just some random parameters. So I'll click in it. Let's see, where is it changing? Let's see. Here I saw something changing, but it's not yet really changing in the visuals. Let me see. Maybe more. Yeah, now did something weird. Yeah, so you can do that. You can also try to change some stuff yourself. So you see here 500. We make it 50. And then you can click on the play button, and then it runs the whole code on the whole screen. So you see that that is different again now. And let's see, what was this again? Oh yeah, there's also some extensions, but which you can use, but it's not part of the tutorial for today. Yes, you have this play button to render the whole code, but you can also do it with shortcuts. I go over them quickly. This is like Control-Shift-Enter is like rendering the whole code. So what we did with the play button. You can also, for example, render only a part. So if you want to only render this block, then you do Alt or Option for Mac, and then you render it with Enter, Alt-Enter. Then you can also do only one line. That is Control-Enter, you see, but it's not really changing now because you have to run the whole code. Then there's another code, it's Control-Shift-H, and then you make the code disappear. If you like your code and you want to record it, and you want to record it without the code, you can make it disappear. And then there's one more shortcut, is Control \, and then you can switch off a line or activate it again. Okay, so now we go over the functions. Let me see. First, something else. Okay. So I run this block. You see it changes, but only shows now the noise. There are 4 lines more, but they are somewhere else. There are like 4 screens, like virtual screens in Hydra, and then you can point which code goes to which screen. So now you see the O0, and I can also show you here the O1. That's the Voronoi. The second is the what? Shift enter. What is it?
Shift enter for just this line.
Yeah, no, Control and enter. Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. This is this. That's the oscillator. And before we saw. Okay. Yes. Okay. So we see the oscillator is here, and now the last one is solid. So, and if you want to see all your screens, you do render with brackets, and you can see all the screens at once. But normally you want to see one screen, but you can use the other screens to manipulate the other screens. I hope you're understanding what I mean. So now we're gonna talk about different codes, the codes which I said was here, the sources. So this one is noise. Let's activate only the first screen, and this is the noise. Noise has 2 parameters. Scale, it makes the noise or more noisy or less noisy. So if you do less, a smaller number, and they're all floating numbers, if you do less high number, then it gets less grainy. But you can of course also do 1 1 1 1 because it's his special number. You see a lot of noise. But at 1,000, you're not gonna see too much difference anymore. So here you see some noise. Yeah, and there you can play around with what you like. The offset is how quick the noise will move. Now it's not so fast. If you go higher, it goes already faster. You can also go to 2. It goes even more fast. Yeah, so you can play around with that. Then there's Voronoi. Voronoi is, it gives you shapes. The scale gives you the amount of forms you have in your screen. So let's see, this is 15. Is a lot or more, or 1 is like less. And let's see, we can also do even less, and then it is almost no form. But let's do just a bit of forms. Then its speed is again how fast it moves. So here you see this goes going faster. You can experiment with it. This is, I think, nice 3 or 9. I think this 9 is alright. Then the blending. Blending is about the edges of the forms. So the default is 0.3. You can also do 0.1, and then it's really sharp. But you can also do, for example, let's see, 9. And it makes it more diffuse. And if you go even further, it makes it even more diffuse. So yeah, you can use it for different things, of course. Yeah, just play around with it. Then we have the oscillator again. This is the lines which are moving in your screen. The first parameter is the frequency, so how many bands you have in your screen. So let's see, these are 20, that's not so much. You can also do even less. Then it's less. Oh no, then it's less, but it's not too much, of course. Okay, let's see here, 5. Then it's more like a gradient which is moving. So let's see, we go back to 90. Then we have several bands in the screen again. Sync is again how fast it moves. So let's see. Now it goes faster, so I don't hope anybody has epileptics, and then close your eyes, please. So we go back 3, and then it moves a bit less quick. Yeah, then we have offset, and offset is it brings color into your sketch. You can go to more. Let's see, wait. It's really colorful, and it loops. It has a range, I think, from 0 to 6.3. Because if I put here 6.3, we are back at black again. And here it is a bit of color. This even a little bit more. So there's the range. Okay, and then we go to the shapes. Yeah, you see this is of course a shape. And you can do with the first parameters, there's like how many sides the shape have. So like if you go to 4, it's gonna be a square. Let's see here. But you can also do 4.3, and then it's a weird square, a strange square. Or maybe 9. It's becoming more like a 5-sided thing. So, and then we have radius. This is how big your form is. You can go also bigger, but if you do too big, then probably the whole screen is filled. Not almost. So let's go back to 0.2. Then we have smoothing. Now the default is 0.01, and that makes the edges of the shape yeah, pretty sharp. But you can also go to 0.3, and then it makes the edges yeah, diffuse or feathered. So yeah, let's see. We can go to 5, even more feathered. Yes, and of course, if you want to have a circle, then you just do more sides, so it's getting more round and round. Let's see, too much. Yes, so this is more circle. If you do even more, then it's gonna be a smoother circle. So that's this function. Wait, still a circle. No, it's something weird. Okay, then we have gradient. That a gradient only has one parameter, and that's just, how fast. Oh wait, I'll show you. It's a gradient which moves from color to color, and it's only one parameter. You can do it quicker. Two, it goes a bit faster. But if you do 8 or 9, we are in the disco again. Nice clubbing. Yes, this is gradient. Oh yeah, and I can tell you like the speed. You can put words in it. You can also say yeah, www. And it's the same, but only if you use the equal sign, then you can use a word before. So this was speed. Normally, you wouldn't use these words and this equal sign. You just put, for example, oscillator OSC 90,3,6 for example. You don't use the words. No. Okay, then we are at the last one. No, almost the last one. We have, we have a solid, but because it's a RGB code, RGB-A, and because there's no number in the RGB, it's no color. But if you do 1, it becomes red. Because red is completely activated, you can put, for example, 0.5 of green in it, it becomes orange. Now the other one is blue. And then we have the A. A is alpha. And if you do, for example, 5, you don't see too much because it is opacity. It makes the solid, it makes it more transparent, but because there's nothing behind this solid, you don't see anything, so I will show you in a minute. Okay, and then we have source, SRC, you can give this an input, and it's actually only, you can give an input of, for example, 0, 01, or 2, 3, and you can also give the source an S source, so you can assign something to S1 and then you can put it in, but that's not for this tutorial. This will be later, so I will use only like the 01 and 00 or something else. Yeah, 01 and 00. I only use this one. So to show you, let's see. Yes, I put the noise on screen 2, so you see here. But I go back to screen 1, and then screen 1 has this color for now. And I can add, for example, add source, and then I have to give an input, and I will give this input, 01. Close it again, and then you can see. I have to do it with the next one. One sec. I have to turn it around. 1 second. This is the one, yeah, and we do it here. Hop. Okay, 1 second. Yes, this is it. Now you see the noise, or no, what was it? Yeah, the noise. with a layer of this red solid, because it was transparent 0.5. We can also do it, make it even more transparent, or let's see, maybe we make it another color. 1 second. 0.6. There's something wrong. Where? After missing. Yes. Before? Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. You see, he's advanced. Okay, it changes, but let's make it a real different color, because then we can see it better. Let's see, this maybe one. Yes, then it's blue. So this is the overlay over the noise. Yeah, this is what I wanted to tell today. So I hope you learned something from it. I want to say once again, if you click on this question mark in the above corner, you have a description, also the shortcuts, and some links to do your own research. Yeah, it's really nice to just go and find out yourself what is nice, or what kind of functions you like, and just play around with it, because if you play around, yeah, you get to know it really quick. And yeah, everybody who's doing tutorials says you don't have to be a coder for this, so and I think I proved that. Yeah, just go to the website and start trying.
Thank you.
Somebody has a question?
Yes.
Okay. Take the mic.
Thank you. You showed how you could rename the parameter names to something really random.
Yeah, yeah.
Does it mean that the parameter names itself, are they ignored, or?
Yes, so only if you use the equal sign,
Yeah.
then it's ignored. So you can, for example, do, normally, if you use the, I'll show you, it's like OCS, like 60 point, out. So yes, and then I have to activate this one for a sec. For example, this is how you normally would do the live coding. I only put the names here to show you what it's called and what the parameter is. But normally you wouldn't use it. You just remember. But maybe in the beginning you can do like scale, or you do yes, like this. Here it works, but it also works like here. And let's see, 30, for example, it also works, you know. Yeah.
But if you brought, for example, the offset to the first parameter, it would still not be offset.
No.
Okay. Okay.
No. Actually, the words doesn't mean anything. It's just the order of it. It gives you the function of it.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Anyone else? Questions? No? Okay, cool.
Okay, and again, maybe in the break you can play around with it a bit. Nikki made this. The first cards are, the pink cards are like the noise of the sources, which I just explained, and the others are functions to mess around with the sources actually, and the others are also, and then the last pink ones are the out, so the O0 or O1, O2 or O3, and it's also really nice. You can see it visually because in the cards, one side is how you say that, not round, and the other one is round. So which is not round is the start, and the other is the end. So really nice to just check it out, and you can connect them, and so come and check it out.
Thank you.
All right. Good. Can we have a break now?
Break or you? Yeah.
Yeah,
Or I don't
little.
know actually who's next.
I think there's now a little break. If
We do then 5 minutes or something like that?
yeah,
10 minutes? Okay.
good.
8:24 we continue. Cool. We'll be back.
I switch off. vraag, ik wil zeggen, ja, misschien in de aankondiging is ik schrijf het op.
Hi, this is a word. Yeah. Is it good? Should I put it like closer or a bit closer to this? All right, cool. Yeah. Hi. Yeah, it's better. No, I think it's good. No? Yeah? Oh no, I'm not in GMI. I asked. I know. Yeah. See? Just need to mirror the screen. That's no. I want. Yes. That's perfect. Yes. There you go. All right. So I guess we're starting. Hi. So I'm Ben. I'm gonna pick up exactly where we left off with Hydra. And what I want to show you today is something called High Five. High Five is an environment that combines P5.js and Hydra, we just saw, into one environment. Does anyone know what P5.js is? All right, cool. That's right. So the old school people here will know processing, which is a creative coding environment in Java. P5 was the JavaScript implementation of it. It grew to something completely different. And what we are here seeing today is High Five, which is a tool by a person called Ted Davis. With Olivia Jack, they built this together. There is a version of P5 for live coding called P5 Live. I wanted to show this at first, but I think High Five is better because it's very broken, it's very new, it's barely working, and it's really, really fun. So everything that you can do in Hydra and everything you can do with P5.js, you can do here. For example, we can do function setup. Let's see. Oh, let's do here. No, I cannot. No.
Not the shift though. Just comment file. No.
Oh, there you go. All right. Yeah, but I'm not sure what it's gonna do to the. I can't take it back now though. Command shift minus. No.
No, not the shift.
Control. Sorry, control. I think you need.
Just command minus.
Command minus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. Okay, we got it. Thank you. Cool. So. Window with window height. What we're doing now is just creating a canvas for P5. If everyone who knows P5 knows we have to create a canvas in setup. We have to set up the canvas. This happens once, and now we've set up the. Now we set up the draw. Let's say we want to do the most basic thing. So let's do a circle. It's X, mouse, sorry. That's Y, 100. And just like Hydra, Command Shift Enter, and now we've built the most basic drawing tool possible. So this is, of course, live. I can add things, I can change things, but we want to see how we can combine Hydra to it. So we can go, let me just see what I'm doing here. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to create a source. So source 0, init P5, and now we've created a source. That is, P5 is a source for Hydra. So Hydra is not there yet. We have to show it. So src, just like we learned now, S0. Now we can do whatever you want with it, right? So dot, modulate, noise. Notice that the noise here is with Z because P5 and Hydra exist simultaneously in this environment, and they both have noise, and we cannot have the same noise twice. So Hydra took the Z, and P5 noise has the S. It's very confusing, but that's the way we have. There's no way around it. I know Olivia tried to sort it out and she couldn't. So that's it. So now we have out, of course. Now we have P5 as a source for Hydra. But we're still seeing, like, so what's happening now is it works in layers. We have the P5 layer and the Hydra layer on top of it, but they're both visible. So what we can do, we can go back up and P5 dot toggle 0. And now P5 is gone. And now I'm gonna try to do something here. I wanted to add an emoji, maybe we can do that a bit later. We can do that now actually, let's see. Let's see how to add an emoji here. If I remember correctly, to be right. Let's do everything with emojis, right? Text size 60, we should do text align. Center, again, everything that you can do in P5, you can do here. Text, right. And now, is there a short text, like a keyboard shortcut for emojis?
The FN thing, if you just tap.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
So
press once the FN.
yeah.
It's not doing anything for you?
No.
Should theoretically bring up the.
No, the function now. Let me just copy here quickly. You can see my notes here.
That would also work.
Just copy this. You can see my notes, but it's fine. Text, and then we can just add mouse X, mouse Y. It works exactly like, yeah, there you go. If this works, no. I cannot get the last one, all right. Mouse X, mouse Y, 100. I think something's missing here, right? Yes.
Oh, it's like
There you go. Now we have an emoji.
melty.
Yes, a melty emoji. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I saw the emoji. It's like, why would we have a circle? We could just do this emoji. So now let's do something a bit more interesting. Now we have these layers. So like P5 is a layer and Hydra stacks on top of it. But maybe now we can add, because this is like infinite layers, because that's how it's broken this is, you could just add infinite layers on top of each other. We can now take Hydra and put it back into P5 and then back into Hydra, which is kind of weird, but it kind of works. So let's do something a bit more interesting than this. So let's do scroll X 0.01. Let's see how this works. Yeah, this kind of works. No, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? And
You want to continually scroll?
yeah, I want to use
Parameters.
2 parameters? Right.
Okay, come on.
Sorry. So yeah, now we have this kind of thing. It's a bit too fast. Let's do it a bit. It's a bit too fast, but yeah, okay. But now we can have here age dot get. So age is Hydra. Hydra is initiated by a layer called age. This is where it gets weird. Age, capital H is to get the Hydra layer, but the Hydra layer is actually called H lowercase. So we can have an image of it, which is age 0, which is the layer we're in. And now it's just repeating itself infinitely inside of each other, just scrolling away. we can also have another one called like image. All my notes are on my iPhone. I know it's really, really unprofessional, but it's okay. Let's see, age 0, what was it? If anyone wants to pull up their laptop and try this also, it would be cool. And now, age height times, sorry, age dot height. So we're taking like the height and the width of it, and we're like multiplying it and reversing it. Of course, it doesn't work. Let's see. I'm missing a 0 here, I'm sure. Yes. No. Sorry. All right, I'm not sure why it's not working, but it's okay. We can just like comment it out and continue on our way. Sorry. Okay. So we have this. Let's add like a different, like a bit of a scale here to. Just do like a. Again, everything you can do in Hydra, you can do here. Yeah, it's kind of weird. We did this, but now we can also have a sound input. So all of the sound from Hydra is working, but also all the sound from B5 is working. So it's very, very easy to access it. So what we do, we go back to the setup. We do A5, which is the sound dot setup. And now we are accessing the microphone of this computer with A5.setup. And what we can do here is instead of 100, you can do A5.amp, which is the amplitude of the microphone we just inputted. And now if I talk, it's, sorry. It should work, but I think it's freaking out. Hold on, it should be, yeah. A5.amp. Yeah, maybe the scale one is a bit screwing us over. Hold on. So yeah, no, it's not working. That's weird. It worked when I did this for myself. If we can go back to the circle though. We can go here. Of course, nothing works now. No, the parentheses is great. That's weird. Hold on. It's work when I try this myself.
You need to comment the image, maybe? Which you see? No.
No, I want the image. We want to see this. But we can keep it if you want. Scroll X, source here, scroll X, everything works. Huh. Okay, sorry about that. Because that should be also following through the next example. But it's okay, basically .amp should work. All right, let's just move on to the next one, I guess. No, it's A5.amp because we're accessing A5 is like the sound library. So it's .amp. We have also .ampl, .mr, like the right and left channels. That is weird. All right, doesn't matter. So what we can do, again, is we can also have like Hydra just sending out stuff into P5. So let's see, we can do basically Voronoi 3.out. Don't really need anything. Oh, sorry. So don't really need anything to work. So Hydra can just work out of the box. And what we can do is, just making sure that my notes are correct now, because I'm kind of nervous. So what we can do is, we can do h.pixel density. So we can take the pixel density of the Hydra layer, do something like this, and transform it right into, sorry, do this again. We can update the pixel density of H. H is again Hydra. And we can just access math.random from P5 and just take P5 math right to the Voronoi of Hydra. So we're not even like writing any JavaScript. We're taking P5 math right into Hydra. And it just gave us just full control of it. So we don't even have to like initiate P5 even. We don't even have to write like the canvas. We don't have to do anything. Can directly take P5 elements and just move them right into Hydra. And let's delete everything again and do something else. So let's say we have setup. With the width, with the height. And so now we can access WebGL things. Sorry, right. And this is just for something I'm going to show a bit later. So it's supposed to be here. We need the Z index. The Z index is like the Z index of the 3D form I'm going to show. So let's say clear when we want to have some sort of let's get rid of this. Want to have some sort of like Hydra texture inside of a 3D object, we can also do that. So we have orbit control. If we want to use a mouse, let's also rotate it. No, don't need to rotate. The stroke. Now we have a sphere. Height 3. Now we have the sphere, which we can control. Well, what I can do now is to do this. I can take this and say, I want a noise, again with the Z, dot out, and I have this, oops, sorry, and have this noise background. Now, what I can do is I can take the texture and I do h dot get and have the texture inside of my sphere. And if we want to do that, we can do P5 toggle, we can do h dot toggle and get rid of Hydra itself. And now we can use Hydra as a texture inside of P5 inside of Hydra, which is it's a bit broken, but it kind of works. I wish the sound worked. I'm not sure why this. So this was basically it, a very, very quick introduction to what we can do with P5 and Hydra. I hope people got what I want to say. I want to try the sound later in the jam because I'm not sure why it didn't work. It worked great when I tested it out. All right, that's it. All right, thanks. And I can have the code snippets, like all the code snippets in the
Oh yeah,
in the website.
notes, that would be really nice.
Yeah, because I have everything ready.
Nice, that's good.
All right, great. Yes.
Where can we find like maybe some information? We can do our own research for like the function.
So everything, again, everything in P5 and Hydra works. There aren't a lot of demos. So it's hi5.teddavis.org. There is like a small like icon with like code, a bit of code snippets and a few examples, but that's it. So you better have to do like your own digging and see it. But everything that you find like P5 Live or Hydra will work here. So whatever you want to do, and you can also have like, I'm just doing like one source and one out, but you can do exactly like you showed in Hydra. So you can have like several sources and several outs and have P5 just one of them. All right, yeah.
Yeah, since you're using Hydra and P5 at the same time, how hard is it? How hard is this whole? How does it? How performant is it? Is it? Do you fast runs into like performance bottlenecks when you're making more complicated sketches?
I haven't, not yet. I've seen Ted, the person who did this, do very, very complex things with a very, very old MacBook Pro, and everything like was very, very fast. So I haven't noticed any bottlenecks yet. And P5 is very, very stable, P5 Live. And this is basically P5 Live, completely stripped of everything and with Hydra in it. So on its basis, it's very, very stable. All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
I use this for video capture also. That's more intensive and it worked well. Like, and screen capture and video capture.
Okay, well, that's impressive.
Anyone else? Questions? Ben? Questions? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yes. Does it work? Yeah.
Cut it.
Yes. All right. So I'm Nikki, and today I also wanted to share something fun with Hydra. And it's also about using certain inputs and outputs and merging together some things that I love together with Hydra, because that's what I like about Hydra, because you can just merge things together, add on top of it, and just be very creative with it. Yeah, maybe I will tell you about how I found, like, why I like Hydra so much, and that's because in 2020 I learned about analog video synthesizers. So you have like the music synthesizers that are modular, like these, like there's like very rich people who have like really big spaghetti things like this, and they make music by plugging these cables and pressing some buttons and things that I don't even understand how it exactly works. But this actually also, because this is a signal that goes through the cables, for music also is the case for video. It's just a little bit more complicated. And then I'm talking about analog video, is the video back in the day on the CRT TVs. And yeah, this signal contains many frequencies that you can modify, but in this time there was also these devices to create these visuals, generate them, and also to modify them. So this device I have here is a AD-Roll V4, and this device was used to mix videos, maybe in the TV. I heard they were also very popular in churches to do their live stream with like the old video camera and like the big screen in the church, and then they could mix between one camera with this one to the other camera. And right now they're a bit hard to find, but they're really fun because you can put effects on these on this analog video signal. And there's also these modular ones. It also exists for analog video. They're quite expensive. I think Rick brought his setup. He has a pretty big one sometime, which is really fun also to combine into Hydra. But something that I ran into was that you get a really like unclear image with the text, because I really wanted it to be able to still see the code on the screen and keep that high quality. And because I have very cheap adapters, I don't know if you can keep it high quality, but if you go to the analog video, the quality is just worse in general. And actually Hydra was based on this concept of analog video synthesis. So that's why I started out with that, because it's free, it's open source, it's in the browser. And then only later I started like getting into these analog video devices. And then recently I also added this small Eurorack thing to my collection. And with this you can plug the cables essentially to create glitches. Which is really fun, because if you want to create your image from scratch, you need like, you can, like you have the oscillator in Hydra. You could also create an oscillator just using an oscillator in your analog video setup. But what I'm using is using Hydra to generate the input that goes into my HDMI cable, and then that goes through the cable to this little setup. And here I can add glitches to it. Then this part, this big device, it's not optional in this case, because next to the fact that I can add some fun effects to it, I also needed to stabilize the glitched image, because otherwise the computer, these little adapters that I have here, very cheap ones, like 20 euro, adapters, they will not recognize the signal anymore, because if you take this video signal and like chop it up so much, it looks really cool on an old TV, it will just show whatever you have in it. But if you plug it into this device, it's like, what the fuck, this is no video signal, what are you giving to me? It will just give error, no signal. But this one, it has I think it's called a time-based corrector, which will make sure that all these like frequencies get aligned again, and it can actually see this image. So yeah, I just wanted to share this fun setup that I found to route this video, because you could output your Hydra image to like anything really, and then get it back into the device again. So right now I quickly want to walk through like the path and then show what the result of this is. So what I'm doing is I'm using OBS to capture my image of my Hydra screen. So that will also be sent to this device. but I also need a way to get my image back into my Hydra. And that's what I'm doing with a capture card. That's the, I don't know if you can see it, it's just coming back from this device here. It converts it back into HDMI and then inputs it into my laptop. But to my laptop, it will look like it is like similar to a webcam. You just plug it in using USB. So I can just do the source 0 init camera. And then instead of the oscillator, I can use source 0. And now I already have some glitches activated. I forgot to deactivate these settings. There's still some things happening. But you can now see this image being transferred. But it's the most fun, I think, once you start to see the code you write into it as well. Let me try to find a way this is not so glitchy right now. Okay, so I don't know where this glitch is coming from. One sec. Okay, anyway, I will just show how you can merge it together, because if there are some things happening in Hydra as well, it's a bit easier to see. So let me see where my mouse went. Ah, there we go. It's a bit hard sometimes. So I might start with an oscillator, but then add this source in. And then I'm just trying to figure out why the glitch keeps happening like this. Maybe it's something in OBS. No, that looks fine. But this way I can have these really like analog glitchy things happening and merging it together. And it will always take the image that it already has in the screen. So you will also be able to create some feedback loops, things like that. I will just now twist the knobs a bit to create some more glitchy things and maybe make this into a shape. So maybe the things can become a bit more clear of what is happening. Maybe if I take only the source and scroll it a bit. Let's see if we get the... Okay, here's also clear. I've opened here in the other tab. I had one that is pretty nice. Maybe it shows it a bit better. Okay, I think something is wrong with the OBS after all. So it's also important if you use this source initiate cam that your browser actually selects the USB input and not the your normal built-in webcam that it usually does. Let's go through them to see which one it is I have on right now. Oh, this is me. Hello. In case you didn't know, it's a, oh yeah, this is OBS. So I guess it's this one after all. I'm just gonna try out a few things to see if I can bring it up a bit better. Because you're supposed to see the shape as well in the signal that comes back in here. Okay, so I turned the glitches back off and we still have this very fake image, but it should actually show the screen that we're sharing in OBS here. So that is what is wrong right now. Maybe I can fix it later for the jam, because then it's even more fun. Maybe I will just reload it again. See if that does something. I'm just gonna skip on the modular one and just plug it in here. Wait, that's actually the wrong one. So I guess this is the, yeah, no. So it does do the effects that I put in this device, but the image doesn't come through properly. Okay, unfortunately I cannot show that right now, so I guess I will just show some glitches and answer some questions, and later I can maybe show the version where it will actually share the screen properly with the these devices, so we will really be able to see this effect of, for example, our code in Hydra being modified by these glitches as well, because I think that's actually the most fun part. I don't know, did anyone see like something I did wrong? Because I cannot figure it out right now.
You want to know us? He can show the audio and then you fix this thing and we come back to you?
The what? The audio?
He can maybe show his audio too
Yeah,
and then
sure.
we come back to you when,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
this is running?
Yeah,
Should we do it? You're up for it?
Oh, he,
And
oh.
I also found out why that was
Yeah,
not working.
I thought you also had the audio feed. So.
No, I just, you can go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'll fix it in the meantime.
The jam doesn't matter.
the microphone.
Not yet. But I will be careful with the volume. So. Yeah. Cool. Yes, but it should be a different window. So here we go. How do I do this?
Maybe you have to mirror in your settings.
But I never join displays mirror like this. Something is happening. Somehow. Ah, but it's okay. I will try to adapt it. This will work. I never hooked my laptop up before on a screen, so. But it's okay like this. And the post window should be smaller too. Ah, very small. That's not so interesting. Okay, hello. My name is Johan, and I work with the Super Collider to generate audio. And I'm a bit on a on a journey developing my own tool to do live coding with. It's called Tidy. And on the other hand, I develop in SuperCollider what you call the synth devs. So a synth dev is a piece of code. I can show you one as an example. Where is my synths folder? This one. So what you see here, I can put this one away. Yeah. This looks a little bit like a synth dev. So it receives some arguments and it has some variables inside. And these green things here are also arguments that come in. And then you calculate with things to generate a sound. So the sound is really calculated on the spot. And this one is based around a calculated saw wave, which varies in how much, what kind of a saw it is, or something like that. You can do filtering, you can do panning, and in the end you have to deliver sound, so that's a signal. And then SuperCollider will, you can start a synth, and then that synth will produce that sound for the amount of time that you give it. So here in the synth dev, you define the sound, what it should sound like. And here I have something that is a sequencer. It looks very much like tidal cycles syntax. So you can use the mini notation, just like tidal cycles. It has these functions, but this is a little bit different because it must be able to run it inside SuperCollider, and the interpreter of SuperCollider that interprets all these lines is a bit strange, and so you have to make some adaptations. So I will make some sound first, because then Sebastian will be happy. So I load my setup. On the right side here, you see that it loads some samples, and it starts the audio engine. Then I set my tempo. And then I start with these 0, 1, 2, 3 things. This part here is sort of my mixer. So with 0, 1, 2, 3, you can define your mixer. The lowest level is 0, and that just copies the sound. So if you write something to the bus, if you write audio to bus 0, then the same sound will just come out of the speakers. So I create that one. Tank is a reverb, which has a decay parameter. And whatever you put on bus number 1 will get reverb, and then Tank will write it also to this layer, to the output. So they stack up on each other. And this one I will leave. I will explain these two later. So first some sound. Let's do that. So okay, the plug is in here. Do you have some sound coming in? Great. Gain 1. I will check, because SuperCollider also has an oscilloscope. It doesn't work. Why not? Why not? You don't get any sound because I can see here in the oscilloscope. Yes, then I fix this, and then you fix that, and then... I just tested it with my earplugs and it worked, and now it doesn't. It's really strange. Shall we do that then? I leave the video as is, but I give you the microphone back, right?
Test. Okay. So I fixed it. So I wanted to show it before it breaks again, because you never know with these old devices. But so now we can see the glitch, but it is actually also incorporating the code itself and the shape. So before it didn't work, but now you can really see that it's taking this signal out of Hydra and glitching that specifically, and not just yeah. So I will. So it can become really fun if you like at these glitches. Now it's some simpler ones. I will try some other setups with the cables later if you have time to jam. But this way you can also incorporate the code and stuff itself. Let's turn it off. Yeah. So now you can see it's not super bright. Let's see if I can. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Now we can really take this code and really play around with it, because I think like keeping the stuff on the foreground, that's like the fun part of it as well, to really make the interface also part of the experience. Because of course in live coding, it's just like showing the code on the screen. I think it really adds an extra layer to what is happening, not just hiding behind your laptop what is going on. And this is a fun way to play with that. But if it would only be this, like you wouldn't be able to read the code anymore. But we have the best of both worlds. And I was really happy I found this setup. So maybe I don't know if it's fixed serve, but maybe anyone has questions for me, or you can also try it out later, turn these knobs if you think that's fun. Yeah. It's kind of a feedback loop, because the screen is taken into these analog devices and then it's giving it back to Hydra as if it's a webcam. So it's giving its own image, so that already makes it a feedback loop. But I also made a feedback loop in this video mixer. I can show real quick maybe. And wait, it's a bit bright. And I can also switch through that feedback loop. But as you can see, analog feedback, I don't know, this one looks a bit different than the digital one in Hydra. So I think it's really fun to go between the two. And for this one, this is a feedback loop using a cable. So it comes out here of the S-video output and then goes back in as an input. But I could also bring it from here and connect all the cables. So yeah, that's really fun. This module is the Mismatcher Connect Mini by Freedom Enterprise, not sponsored. Please sponsor me. Does it go? Yeah.
Yeah, but what do you find so interesting by because you're mainly using machine to add glitches and what did you find so interesting that you wanted to add those glitches analog in an analog manner and not created digitally?
Actually, it was kind of the other way around. Ideally, I would have a full analog setup where I create this shape using analog modular video synthesizer. But because those devices are a bit harder to get a hold of, a bit more expensive, and Hydra is essentially that, but in a digital form, this kind of brings the inspiration and the result together into something new.
Just one more question.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you could do that because it's used like this one specifically. I haven't tried it, but I know people use this to work together. So they create their own music using the modular and then plug this in to create some audio reactive things as well. But yeah, there is like many like creators of these modules, but it's definitely not as popular as the music one. So you really need to look for them.
Is the video signal running through these wires at the moment? The green one?
Yeah, so if the signal is running through the wires right now, yes. You say the green one? Yeah, so the green one is essentially taking the glitched signal and then making it go through this cable into this device. And then here I could also add some other, I don't know, colors to it, or make it negative, or do some effects. Yes. I don't know, there's fun stuff. There's also some, I don't know, chroma keying, luma keying, like, you can do a lot with it. Yeah.
Anyone else? Questions for Nikki? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yes? Yeah? Okay, that's working. At least something is working on my behalf. So, yes, so this is a very simple, as you can hear, sound. I explained just a little bit because there's a lot in the sequencer language. Yes. So the first thing here is map, and that refers to a map on my disk where I have a lot of samples. And one of these maps is called BD, and it contains bass drum samples. And at the moment you hear the first one, and I can also take a listen. The next bass drum, it sounds different. So it just numbers up for just how many samples you have. And the gain is obvious, how loud should it be? And then this mix function, there you can use numbers from 0 to F, and that means from 0 to 15. It's called hexadecimal numbering. And with this, I control that the maximum signal is going to this one, this effect in my mixer. And I send nothing to the reverb, but if I put something in there and send it to the reverb, then it should be audible, or just exaggerate, of course. No, not yet, but it will come later. Anyway, that's in a nutshell how it works. I can start another layer with a snare drum sample. So then it gets very simple. And then here I have a hi-hat with and then I can start a new one here for the same B layer. It will just replace this one. You can see my cursor, yes. So here I use the mini notation that you can find if you look for a Tidal Cycles documentation. And just starting with this rhythm, I was wondering if I could maybe use something that is used in the dub scene, maybe you call it, I don't know. And I made a little drawing somewhere that I can show. Where are you? No, it's gone here. I can't find it. It doesn't matter. So with the dub, then you have another effect here, and it's basically a delay. So the sound that comes in is delayed for a short amount of time. And then here you also have the same mechanism as this mix function, like how much of this signal am I going to send where? So I'm going to send all of the signal to the direct output, and I'm going to send all of the signal to this effect, which is not active yet. Now this effect is called feedback, and I will put it on 0 to start with. And it has a filter, a bandpass filter. And that will write it back to the second effect, so it will write it back to here. So basically, between these two, I can create a loop with the audio going around and around and around. And that is what they do with the dub music. They put, they do that on a real mixer live, and then they take the sound, like for example, the guitar stab is very known, and they put a little bit of that sound into this loop, and then it stays on looping, 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 and then it fades out really slow, and then later they do it with the snare drum. Or so now I have a little bit of dub rhythm. I cannot call this reggae, of course, but it should make it a little bit clear. So I activate the delay layer and the feedback layer, and after the feedback I have to do this one again. It's because I don't know why. So let's say we play with the snare drum. So I send a little bit snare drum to layer number 2, which is just a delay. So let's hear it. You can hear a little bit, right? So my laptop is now on maximum volume. It's not so loud. It doesn't matter. So you can hear the delayed snare drum. So the snare drum sound is delayed, and then this F here, it makes it that it is sent to this layer, and this layer will send everything to the hardware out. If I make here a 0, then the delay will be gone again because it doesn't send anything to the hardware out. Okay. Now this one also sends it, because an F here, to this layer. And this layer will send it back to itself. Only I have the amount of feedback at the moment on 0, so I'm going to give it a little bit of amount. And then this snare drum should start looping longer and longer. But of course, if you do too much amount, then it will quickly go out of hand. So you have to find that point. And just now with the headphones, it was 0.4 where it started. Let's see. Not yet. A little bit more. You can hear it coming now. So what you hear, this ping thing, it's getting louder and louder. But now I damn it in again because I changed the number in time. Of course, on a real mixer, you can twist the knob and you can react much quicker than changing a number on the screen. So in the train coming to here, I was trying to do it with mouse X and mouse Y, because then you can really use the trackpad on your laptop to be quicker. But I couldn't get it working, so that will maybe be next time. Also, this filter with my favorite frequency, it will also influence how quickly it will start looping out of hand. So then I do a little bit back, because with Arcu with getting higher, I open the filter more, so more signal will come through, but not enough to go crazy. And I can also then send some hi-hat there. Let's do some hi-hats in there too. Stop with the snare drum. Make it more. Let's go. I can hear the hi-hats looping around. But hi-hat is, of course, much higher sound, so maybe my filter should shift a little bit more to the hi-hat. And if you put the amount to 0, that will make it fade out, and then you will be clean again. So that's what I'm struggling with at the moment, and that's what I could show here in a few minutes. So that's it.
Any questions, anyone?
Why did you decide to create a new library environment?
Because of this, because I'm trying to make sounds and design sounds, and yeah, sometimes I need funny parameters, and then yeah, you can't do that in tidal cycles or another language. You can, but then you have to learn the Haskell language, and I've studied it, but no, it was too hard for me. Sorry. I have a very old brain, as you can see, and my brain is totally object-oriented, brainwashed, you can say. So giving me a functional language is a real punishment for me. I need another life, basically. So that's why I decided, and it's fun, and I have total freedom. I can do anything I want. Or any crazy ideas that I get, I can do them. So, and that's, I like that. Yeah. But I also like the mini notation. So that was really something from tidal cycles that I really like a lot. So I have that in there. Yeah. But not with Haskell. I re-implemented it in Superglider code. So.
Controlling the game with your trackpad, but are there any other like new wacky parameters that you're trying to build in the future?
Yes, I have at home. I haven't got it with me because it doesn't work yet with this new laptop. It's brand new. Now it's secondhand, but it's new for me. And that is a twister. So that's a MIDI device with 16 infinitely turning knobs, and the knobs are also switches, on-off switches. And if you turn one knob, then you just get MIDI signals like higher, lower, for that twister. And I can use that to map these values in here. I can just I could demonstrate a little, but I think that it's just a question, of course. So anyway, I will do that in the jam, because I can make a function that is controlling the knob like I would on the twister, and then that function can control parameters for the sounds that I make. So, and yeah, typing numbers is, I'm not such a good typer at all. So, and sometimes you want to do things quick, and it feels different. Like these people from the real dub scene, they have a mixing console, and yeah, it works differently if you can twist the knobs. So. Yeah, but also I have the thought that, is that still live coding then? Because you're just twisting knobs, you're not coding. But that's a whole different thing. I like very much the idea that you only have a laptop and you do everything with that. But maybe I shouldn't be so tough on myself. So, yeah.
Anyone else? Questions? No? Cool? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was curious, surely like you, of course, got into this a bit with the previous questions, but I was curious, like, what is your preference for choosing to produce music in this environment as opposed to like what you can refer to as a more traditional digital music making environment such as a DAW, for example? What do you prefer, right, in your case?
Well, I don't like to use a mouse, basically. I always like to type. And that's also because I'm so old, because when I was I started in the IT in 1995, maybe, or something. Did they have a mouse then? I'm not sure.
I think so, yeah.
It started. So I started with DOS 3.3, that area. Then that's when I got in there and started programming. So yeah, it's really, I'm not a mouse guy, so yeah. So I like this better, but it's a struggle because, yeah, how do you want to do visual? I want to do visuals too. I want to do it, and I want it through this screen that I have here, but I'm not, it will take me 5 more years, maybe.
Having this screen on Hydra is simple. We can show you quickly. But I also have one question.
Mm-hmm.
The hex, the 0 to F, that gives you 16
Yeah.
values.
Yeah.
You use that just for gain or also for other?
Also for rhythm, yeah. Like this one here, this line. I use one note, but I could play another note. And then I have these notes. And then I can just put some hex function here. And that will take over the rhythm of that line then. Unless, and that's also from tidal cycles, I do, which one was it? This, which means that the structure should come from the right, you know? Yeah. So the tidal cycles people...
Plus, or, well, you know your
yeah.
You know your thing.
The greater one means take the value from the right, and this one means where is the structure coming from the left or the right? But I also have structure from both, which can sometimes be interesting. But yeah. The tidal cycles is deep, really. So.
Yeah, I'm only scratching the surface.
Me too. Yeah, so that's I don't use a mouse. That's it. Period.
How do you not use a mouse without Vim keybind things?
Without?
How do you not use a mouse without Vim?
Without Vim? Well, last time I was here, I was working in Emacs, and I'm a Vim guy too. It's built in here and there.
Working in Emacs while being a Vim guy.
Because I can be both guys. But it was just 2 weeks ago that I thought, oh, I know this is just Notepad, you know, what I'm using now. I know Emacs and I know Vim. I know Vim better than Emacs. I'm faster with Vim. But Vim, doing Superglider with Vim is not really, there is a plugin, but it's very old. And I created it myself, but I was not happy with it yet. And then this date was coming up, and then I thought, I will do it just in the Superglider editor then, to be sure. So not too many variables and new things at the same time. So, but I definitely would like. If you check me on YouTube, my name is Number Loop, but then with a spelling area, Number Loop, and then you see all these all the Emacs videos that I sometimes upload. So.
Should we do a little break?
Yeah, should we do a break and then if it's time we do a little jump?
Okay.
Cool. So let's take 10 minutes or so. Cool. I'll
Put in some music.
yeah, I'll make this thing run again. By the way, the intermezzo music is tidal cycles. He was talking about tidal cycles. Maybe you can switch my screen. It's free, I think. So he was talking about mean notation and tidal cycles. This is a bit confusing. This is Hydra on the left, capturing my screen. This is tidal cycles. And this is the mini notation that he's talking about. So for example, here I'm Okay, hey, woohoo! Yes, perfect. So this is Flock, no, Nikki, this QR goes to Flock, no? Okay, and then we go to Flock. Okay, sorry, now I can see it. Yes. Okay, so let me kill this music. There we go. Okay, so we're going to do a big experiment. And we never did this before, actually, on our meetups. We usually do a short jams of 9 minutes with two performers. One performer does visuals, the other performer does audio. What we're going to do today is we're going to have this Flock screen. So, this we lost our screen here. You did. Okay, sorry. So if you have a laptop with you and want to join us, you can scan this QR code, go to this page. Is this correct? And then in this page, you can click on this link. And in this link, we will be, will be a Hydra and P5 and whatnot. So all the visuals, actions going to be happening in this URL. So feel free to join us. And then another experiment that we never do is Johan and I were going to be doing the music together. So that's also another big experiment. So welcome to the experiment, and I wish everybody the best. And also one more thing, with the jams, we usually keep this tradition to start from scratch. So you see an empty canvas to begin with. Hello. Okay, you're very loud. Hello, hello. Okay, this was it. Thank you guys for staying. I hope it was enjoyable and enjoyable moment. We're doing this every month, so please feel welcome to join us next month. Did anyone can you can scan this thing and you can go to our webpage courtesy of Nikki, and you can follow here. I think the dates are here also for the coming months, or they will be if they're not there yet. Say again? April 9. Okay, April 9 is the next opportunity to meet all of us. So hopefully some of you will see again, and bring your laptops if you feel like it. If you have work to show that could be interesting, you're always welcome. Get in touch with us. I think on the page you can find more information. Just reach out, and you're very welcome to join. Thank you for being here. Yes. Thank you.